as you can see from the title, I had discovered the Reddit for dad jokes. I was sitting there in Carla's chat, and I just thought her mom is absolutely awesome, slamming us with all these wonderful jokes. And it encouraged me to start looking for jokes of my own because, you know, she was outstanding and very inspiring with all those wonderful jokes. I was able to put in a couple last night, but I thought, no, I really gotta up my game. And I found, not sure I'll be able to show it to you guys, the Dad Jokes Reddit. The way this goes, let me try to actually show it to you guys. Let's try to add browser source. Still learning how to do the Streamlabs. And we're gonna type in the URL. Oh, come on. To actually type, not copy and paste. Apparently, does it take other commands? Or at least mouse click commands. Here we go. And I'm gonna hit done. Oh my god, it's so tiny. It's so tiny. Let me move it down. Here. And fill. Please fill. Fragilities! Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being part of this lovely Sparkles. I'm Archer Spark, also known as Sparky. I stream on Tuesdays and Saturdays. And I normally do games like Fall Guys or Among Us. Well, I used to do Among Us, chess, and lately Dead by Daylight. But I found 50 screen. That should work. That should work. So this is what I have found, and as you can see here in the first one, you can see what the pun is. And I didn't want to show the pun when I read these things. But if you ever want to go to this on your own free time, that's what it is. Reddit.com/r/dadjokes. All in one word. So, for this whole thing that I'm going to do, I'm just going to read some of this out loud. And I'm going to see which ones are good. And there's like 3 categories: hot, new, and top. Of course, we're not going to make any jokes about being hot, new, and on top. No, of course not. No, why would we? We're totally mature enough to handle this. Also, I want to say, today has been very moody and dark because it's been raining. It's been raining around noon here where I live. And it sort of died off, which is why I'm able to bring this whole computer system on. Even though all the electronics have surge protectors, we go the extra mile not to have the electronics running during a lightning storm. Just in case things happen when the lights go out. Sometimes there's a high intense surge through the system when the lights go out and all that. When the power goes down, I should say. And It's just an extra precaution that you won't have that issue, just in case the surge protectors weren't enough. You could just not have it up, anyway. So I just thought, oh no, I may not be able to do the stream. So right now, I'm here a little bit earlier to go ahead and tell all these wonderful dad jokes and see if they're really good or not. So first one, I shouted at my son, "It's a shame nothing is built in the US anymore. The TV we just bought says built-in antenna, and to be perfectly honest, I don't even know where that is." Oh! It's like right there. It's like right in the middle. We should have better ones. We should have better ones. Because there were some really good ones last night. Let's see. Just bought a dog from a blacksmith. As soon as I got him home, he made a bolt for the door. Okay. This is going to be a huge challenge to go through this and not laugh at all. Someday, I think I should make a challenge of do not laugh at dad jokes challenge. Okay. That was a good one. I like that one. Another. Which U.S. state has the best dressed athletes? New Jersey. Ah, waka waka waka. Oh, in a way, I'm kind of dressed like Fozzie. A little bit. Let me give you a fit. Ah? Okay, that was a very up-close fit, but this is a old little dress that I have. Well, it's kind of like a shirt dress. I think that's what they called it. It's one of those layer dresses that I got probably, oh geez, this is really gonna mark me. 2009? 2009 sounds about right. I got this dress around that time, I think. Okay. How do you make a waterbed bouncier? Use spring water. That was legendary. You guys don't know how legendary that is. Do people even do waterbeds anymore? Okay. For the US, specifically for the US, what are the two places in the house that are no longer American? In the bathroom, because you're European. 2, the hallway, on the way to the bathroom because you're Russian. Okay. I saw this last night and that was golden, and that made me realize I have to tell y'all about this. Okay. How much did the pirate pay to get his piercings? About a buccaneer. That was a good one. Compared to the first one. Wait until you find out about the Uncle Jokes subreddit. Oh noes. I'm not sure. You know what? Let me check. Let me see. Let me see if there are Uncle Jokes. There are Uncle Jokes. Oh, these are the naughty ones. As they should be. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. No. We gotta stay on topic. We gotta do the Jad jokes. But no, no, I probably will read those on my own time. But we gotta do the Jad jokes here. Because the wordplay is spot on. Most of them were spot on. But Fordo, welcome to the stream. More than welcome to hang out or chat or lurk or whatever. Welcome. What do you call a poorly butchered cow? A mistake. I will fail this challenge in not laughing. I know this is going to be a challenge I have to do eventually. I can see myself failing by a mile. Oh, this one had 69 votes. Did you hear about the man who fell into an upholstery machine? They say he's fully recovered. Oh, okay. Alright. We could do this. We could do this without dying. How did the hacker escape the police? He just ransomware. Typical. Assuming this isn't news to you, but your bedmate just moved. Micah Afton, are you doing the spooks? Are you doing the spooks for the lovely kids at home? Do I have to play the music box for you so you won't do anything scary? Pretty sure it's my cat Blondie. He loves going underneath the sheets. It's been raining and stormy. She really doesn't care for it as much, so she'll hide. But yeah, I'm not surprised she will get up in under there. Alrighty, let's see. I said to my sister, do you know there's a computer currently calculating all the digits of pi? And she asked, when did it start? I told her, at 3. Hitchhiker. checks out. It checks out fine. Did you know that trash collectors never actually receive any official training? They usually just pick it up as they go. Waka waka waka. I love this Reddit. I love this Reddit a lot. Oh my goodness, this is... Okay, here's a good one. What does a sailor use to blow their nose? An handkerchief. Handkerchief. Alright, that may be hard to say because of my accent, so let's go. Oh, let's see. Oh, the next one's not as great. Okay, here's one. What goes tick-tock, bow wow, tick-tock, bow wow? A watchdog. Okay, that was good. That was pretty decent. Alright. I got fired from the bank today. A woman asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her. Oh, let me take care of the air conditioner here. Hold on 1 second. It's so hot and muggy here with all the rain. I have no choice. No choice. You're gonna hear some of that on the microphone, I'm sure. Why are dolphins so successful at dating? They always click with one another. And don't ask me to do dolphin noises. You'll just hear dying ones. Don't ask me to do it. I can't. Oh, here's a joke that Granny had did last night. It was a classic dad joke. So, Granny, if you don't know, is a streamer that was able to stream from her typewriter from her hobbit home in New Zealand. And of course she has hobbit neighbors that get into things. Well, she had found one of the hobbits been eating her electrical cords. So what did she do? She put him on the ground until he conducts himself properly. And it works! Totally works. I'm sure the hobbit behaved after that. Conductively. That's all on Granny. If you like her, she's one of the best streamers out there. She's been there since there were just only the walkie parts and the drowning parts. That's how old she was. know why the math teacher was late to work today? She took the wrong bus. Okay. Just that tickled me a little bit more than it should. Well, I got tired of my wife criticizing my sense of direction today, so I packed up my things and I went right out the door. Okay. Nah, it was alright, Alan. Paper, but saying that, I don't know. I scored a bullseye at archery class today, and everyone clapped. So I took a bow. Alright, let's see if this is good. Alright, let's find a good one. When I was 6 years old, I stuck my finger in a pencil sharpener. I twisted it a few times and almost passed out from the pain. Turns out I really wasn't the sharpest kid after all. Yeah, you guys are right. It was a very dull point. Why shouldn't you go to a distillery at night? Because it's full of spirits. I'm sure the Ghostbusters had loads of fun. Why was the mushroom invited to the party? Because he was a fun guy. It's the biology and math jokes that really gets me. Okay. I heard a friend who took a job as head of Old McDonald's farm. He was the CIEIO. Only Stephen Colbert could pull that off better. No one else can. I swear, most of his materials come from this Reddit. I accidentally took my cat's meds. Don't ask Meow. Okay. The aquarium is offering a special deal for campers and certain aquatic animals. It's all for tents and porpoises. Porpoises. I cannot pronounce that any better. Don't ask me. Just don't. I can't. Which kind of job where you just can't take a break? Making calendars. Seriously, you can never take a day off. Alrighty. Oh, here's a good one. Why can't T-Rex's arms can't clap? No, it's not because, you know, they're too short. It's because they're dead. That's kind of a bit morbid. I'm hosting a job fair in the playground downtown. It's called LinkedIn Park. You guys will get that one when you get into the job market. Seriously, I think it's like Facebook for the business people. It's supposed to help with networking. Okay, here's a true fact. Betty White was born in 1922, while sliced bread wasn't invented until 1928. Which means sliced bread is the best next thing since Betty White. Yeah. Best golden girl. Best golden girl. I'm sure Deadpool will say otherwise, but Deadpool isn't here. I couldn't figure it out why the ball above me kept getting bigger. And then it hit me. Okay, here's another cow joke. Here's another cow joke. How do you count cows? On a calculator. Calculator. What do you call a cow lying down? Ground beef. Now that joke was told to me when I was going through my elementary school trip, and we were going through, no wait, maybe it was middle school. It was going from where we are all the way down to the Space Center in Alabama. And we were going through all these fields on the bus, and the bus driver just told a whole bunch of cow jokes because they were right there. It's a perfect time. I remember bits and pieces of it, but it was a fun time. I actually got the mug from it. I'll be right back. I'm going to show the mug. And he's going to keep you company. I'll be back. Don't do anything. This is my buddy. This is my best friend. So the story behind this guy, since we're doing some chatty stuff before we go in game, this bear was in one of my friend's basements. She was moving out of our home, finally going to live off in the wild on her own, be able to sustain herself and everything, all that wonderful stuff. And she had this in her basement. It was something that someone was able to win in the fair, and they just put it in the court and lost and forgotten. And she said, "Do you want this?" I'm like, "Yes!" So I got my little tiny red panda. He's got these little red paws. He's got the feet, the belly button, all that stuff. So every single time I have this or hug it or whatever, I think of my friends that I made at work. I'm not able to hang out with them often because of COVID and what's going on. There have been times that I was really tempted, and I just couldn't risk it. So, but that doesn't mean I forgot about them at all. So, I'm gonna put him back. And he got his name because during last year in fall, a bunch of friends in the chat said, "Hey, why don't you give him the name Michael Afton?" And I thought, why not? Because at the time, he never had a name until now. So it's awesome. So this is the mug that I had selected way back then. I think it was 98, 99. I was in middle school. I think it was middle school. And we went down to the Space Center in Huntsville, Alabama. There's all the backside of the astronauts and the space technicians, and you see them in the front. U.S. Space and Rocket Center. They probably called it something else back then. I'm pretty sure it was middle school for me, I think. If I remember right. I bought the mug at first and it broke on me. I accidentally dropped it on the floor. I was so sad. My teacher's assistant, asked me that would I stop crying if she just buys a replacement for me, because I'm such an emotional person, and I really wanted to take a mug and give it to my mom and or my family in general, and have them, like the gift or whatever. And I was like, yeah, 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 that would be great. So, bless her heart. For all that she was a grumpy person, she managed to buy this and give this to me. So long I don't brag about it, in front of all the other kids. I'm allowed to have this. So, whoever you are, wherever you are, I forgot your name, I'm sorry. I know you were blonde with glasses and had a bob. And I know you usually were grumpy, but thank you. Thank you for humoring me and this little kid, because I still have it to this day. And I treasured it and think back all the wonderful times I had. That whole experience and that memento helped inspire me to get into the sciences, and all the other fun things. Speaking of science, we're going to dive into a joke. Every civil engineer wants to build a tall, thin tower because, like most humans, they aspire. It's alright. It's alright. We may switch to science jokes after this. Okay, let's see. My wife asked me why I text her a picture of my last piece of corn. I told her that we were rich because I found a unicorn. Just the one. But she didn't get the point. And all of my dreams just turned into a fantasy, I'm sure. Alright, let's go on. Oh, this is like the most daddest of all dad things. Here we go. Caught my 2 young sons having a peeing contest yesterday to see who could pee highest up the wall. I hit the roof. Okay. Let's go on. Oh, here's another one. Why don't people in the US use the metric system? Because they have a foot fetish. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. I was in a band called 1023 Millibyte. 1023 Millibyte. That's the band. I honestly thought we had potential, but we just couldn't get a gig. Real sad. Okay. this is a classic. Classic. I can't remember how to use my boomerang, but then it came back to me. Okay, let's see if we could get this one. Mr. and Mrs. Season had 4 kids. They had 3 daughters, winter, spring, and summer. The 4th son was called Paul. Hi, how are you, Hinnon? I am currently reading through the browser. Oh, you're feeling good? I'm feeling great. The storm has passed and everything is slowly getting better. But that's what we're going through right now. And there are some treasures. There's some treasures. For instance, to be or not to be a horse rider. That is equestrian. That was a good one. I like that. That's the best one. That's chef's kiss. Okay, that made me smile. Well, here's a good one. I just don't trust... Hold on, let me get my stutter out of the way. Okay. I don't trust stairs. They're always up to something. I don't think I could ever do the challenge of not laughing at these, because I would fail. I love dad jokes. Oh, do you know why the chemist next door passed away? Because he got bored and we had to bury him. There's no reaction, of course. Dad jokes are basically puns. True, so true. It's a really good, wordplay. Someone had mentioned about uncle jokes, and I don't think I could go that far. They're like your normal stand-up comedian jokes. I can consider myself as a dad, though I have no children, just because I do the puns all the time. Oh, yes. Every time my dad, well, my whole family loved to joke around. It's the reason why my mom marries my dad, because he was able to make her laugh, and she's a pretty serious person. And we would always riff around, and sometimes I was able to get a good one in or something. And he said, "No more. I have to teach you." And he has done that 3 times? 5 times this year? Which makes me really concerned. Okay. Here's this. I lost the ability to write in chat. It's okay, it happens to April 1. What's Forrest Gump's Wi-Fi password? One, Forrest, 1. I'm pretty sure this is one of those that you don't have to watch the movie to get it. But if that really went over your head, watch the movie. Oh, it's like, okay, alright, let's find a really good one then. Okay, why were the Olympic athletes in Tokyo so hot? Because fans were not allowed. No. Like, no, I'm gonna flip tables on this one. Alright, let's find another one. Oh gee, some of them are really dated, even for me. That was like, sheesh. But that's the whole point. These are dad jokes. They were like top stock, you know, ready to refill, except you really don't, and you had to get the ladder to go and get one down, and you drop it, and now you had to get the, you know, cleaning mop. You know, it's one of those. How about this one? What did the student say to the Japanese teacher he had a crush on? It makes me cringe and funny as well as all the time. It's a strange feeling. Yes, that is what we call perfection. But the student said to the teacher, "You're sensational to me." Notice me? I'm not reacting because the delay that I have. Oh, of course. That's what it is. No, it's totally okay. I'm sure there is a bit of a delay here. Oh, good God. There is no excuse for this many drop frames. Okay. I'll try to do these jokes a little slower. So we have an actual dad joke that was created out in the wild. The story went, "Pretty proud of my dad jokes tonight. I went upstairs to get laundry out of the dryer because the bed sheets were in there. But then I forgot about them, and then I exclaimed, 'Oh, sheet.'" That was a good one. That was a good one. Needs a little bit more marination. You know, needs some work. Oh, I had some sad news. Oh, wait. I'm actually curious about what you are writing. Oh, I write fantasy. I had a book that is currently looking for a lit agent right now. That's been going on for months. Going through my agent lit list. Literary agents are able to help connect authors with publishers for the story project. Finding the right ones will help edit it and get it out there and, you know, bring it to the public eye. It's just a matter of finding the right, publishing company that will get that on the shelf. So that's why it's taking a while getting a lit agent. Yeah. So that is that one book. I have been writing another book that's a fantasy YA, and both of them are attached to really long series. So when they finally are out there to be published, I'm going to keep writing the series to those books. So, yeah, I'm more of a novel writer than a typical writer. Most writers will write for magazines or do short stories, um, either like nonfiction or like in other genre magazines. I kind of stay into the whole novel aspect. So they're not published. They're not published, but there's a lot of going on underneath the surface. Writers are dying. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. That brings me so much comfort. It's totally okay if you're not really into novels and such, because there's always Kindle, there's audiobooks, it can be translated to comic books, it can be translated to movies. It's just the idea that the story is out there, and once it's there, it could be read by other people who would be inspired and able to translate to other mediums. So that to me is really cool. You do read for technical literature. Oh, hi. You want to say hi to chat? My cat Tabitha just came in. Let me show her to you. I like showing my kitty cats. Hi. You want to say hi? No. Okay, she doesn't like being picked up, so she ran away. Okay. I love you. Bye-bye. Oh, well. I mean, there's nothing wrong in reading nonfiction. It's totally cool. Oh, that's all right? Yeah. I really don't want to stress her out too much, you know. But there's no point in, like, chasing her down. But no, I don't think that writers are dying. In fact, they're being flooded right now with a lot of stories because everyone is home. And anyone who really wanted to go out and get their stories down were able to because of the pandemic. And they're being flooded with all of this. So it's a lot of the lit agents market, and they're allowed to be picky. So they're a little bit pickier than usual. And on top of that, a lot of publishing companies are being flooded with some of the stories that already have been marketed to them, and they're trying to go through their list, and it's a slow process because they slow down a little bit during the pandemic. I have no idea how it's going on in the States because I'm not from there, so maybe it's different for you. I mean, everyone around the world is sadly being affected by COVID and the different variations of COVID. We're all in this boat together. We're just in the different parts of that boat. And how it's affecting us is slightly different from what everyone else is going through. Here in the US, we should have gone into a lockdown just before we had our vaccines. And with this whole new Delta variant that's going on, it's really wiping out those who have not got their vaccines yet. And there's a really strong pushback from some people who just don't want to. And they don't care if they spread it. They don't care if they, mask up and all that. Or they don't even mask up. And there's like some places like Florida that really will put in laws to refuse to have masks in like public places. Like, oh, you should not even have a mask. And really like put obstacles in the way. It's one thing if you like stumble and mess up and you sleep on it. It's a whole nother ball of wax to actually be the monster, to put the obstacles there for people to actually really need to get help. So, but in the writing world, a lot of people in the book industry have went to their homes and they just work at home. So all the lit agents are home, all the publishing people are at their houses. The only thing that probably had slowed down was print, the actual physical print books. All of it is all digital. It's all through Kindle and other similar products. But they're going through a slug of collections that they already received, so they're a little bit pickier about what new content they're going to pick up. Oh, that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's really good. Writing, even though it's not going to be out there to be published, it's really good for you to write things down, get it off your chest, and be creative. It's one of the simple things you could do. Just a piece of paper or a pen or a pencil or just a computer, and you have a notepad or Microsoft Word. You could just type up a story or these jokes here. Alrighty. Here we go. A Dutch cheese factory just exploded. Now there's no Gouda in the world anymore. Yeah. That was a really tough one. Okay. I have a good one here. Environmentalists are debating whether or not to remove a local beaver population. Leaving them would cause flooding, but removing them would affect the wildlife. It's one of those damn if you do and damn if you don't situations. Okay, that was a good one. That's officially a good one. Oh, do you know why the yardstick factory closed? Well, they just couldn't make them any longer. Yardsticks. Oh boy, this is a really long one. And we're gonna discover this one together. See if this is any good. This is a long one. 3 people are stuck on a deserted island, 20 miles from mainland. They're running low on food. No one is going to rescue them. They tried everything. They lighted a smoke signal, they arranged rocks they found into a giant SOS on the beach, everything. But nothing worked. One day, around a month after they arrived, one of them said to the others, "Guys, we're running low on food. We wouldn't survive another week like this, so I'm gonna try to swim to mainland to get help tomorrow." The next morning he did. He began to swam 10 miles, and at the end of it he was so exhausted he could barely keep himself afloat and drowned. After 3 days, the people on the island figured that the first guy drowned since if he made it, he would have brought back help by now. Luckily, due to the absence of the third person, the ration could maintain them for a few days longer. However, this beacon of hope was soon dimmed by the realization that, even without the third guy, they wouldn't live for much longer. So, 1 week later, the second person decided enough is enough. She was going to get off this island or die trying. So she swam the next morning, swam 15 miles until she was too exhausted to continue and drowned in the ocean. So the last guy remained on the island for a few days longer. As there were little few left, he ate all the rest one night, and he too began to swim the next morning. He swam 10 miles, then 15 miles. By the time the sun was setting, he was so close to the shoreline he could see the beach houses in the distance. He tried his best to keep pushing, but it was simply too much. So, exhausted, he turned around and swam all the way back. And he figured, oh, I'll try again tomorrow. The comment is a really good one too. That's actually not false. Really? I never heard of it. You saw it in the games. It's real. The games are real. This dude had commented, "This joke is a real watershed in dad jokes." A real watershed. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna move on. I normally stream variety games like Fall Guys and such. So, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I normally don't do this kind of thing. What is Irish? Stays out all summer and comes inside all winter. Patio furniture.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Patio furniture. Honestly, when I was looking at this last night, I saw this joke and I didn't really get it because there's so many Irish names where I live. I mean, even my last name is an Irish name. Fitzwater. That's an Irish name. Irish jokes, eh? Yes. Never fails. Like potatoes. Boil them, smash them, stick them in the stew. Alrighty. We got a pizza joke here. Wow, I'm doing this beyond a whole hour. I thought these are gonna fall flat. Alrighty. I explained to my son, you order one pizza and you love it. Next time you order a pizza and a garlic bread. Before you know it, you're eating pizzas for every meal and you get withdrawal symptoms if you don't get one. That's called a domino effect. I would never have thought someone is making dad pun jokes. That was okay. Yeah, it was alright. It was alright. It's a little bit funnier if you live in the States, because Domino's, it's one of those pizza places. And they're really up their game. It used to be in the 90s and 2000s. It was like buying cafeteria pizza. And they finally have a change of CEOs, and the dude's like, I'm tired of this. We can't keep going the way we are. So he totally revamped it, made it absolutely delicious. And we have been hardcore Domino fans ever since they were able to update it. So we switched between that and Papa John's at the house. It used to be Pizza Hut when I was a little kid, but they got a little bit greasy. I usually don't make a pun about fractions, but I will if I have to. Have to. Five out of 10. 5 out of 10. That's the going rate. We actually got a dad joke that spawned out of the wild. They were able to document. I cleaned out that filter. It just had some pine straw and beetle in it. I think it was Ringo. The beetle was Ringo. Oh, well, let's go on. It was okay, yeah. Some of these are like hit and miss. Oh, I heard stories that my granddad has the heart of a lion. And that he had a lifetime ban from the Edinburgh Zoo. Has a heart. Oh, looks like you have a connection issue or something. Yeah, we're getting massive frame drops for whatever reason. I have no clue why. And I apologize. We're getting like 5% drop frames. And it's weird because I had a pretty stable connection. It's supposed to be a faster ping. So it's probably the drop frames. When I'm done doing these jokes, I may hop on and do some Fall Guys. Maybe the connections will change because I'm doing 2 internet browsers plus the stream, so I don't know anymore. I've been trying my best to get things all smooth. Oh, that's a nice panda though. Yes, that is Michael Afton. I have this panda from a good friend. She was moving out and asked me if she wants me to have it, and I said sure, I love it, and I still have it to this day, as you could tell. It didn't have a name at all until I was doing the Five Nights at Freddy's streams. Oh, King of Heart 21, thank you for the follow. Thank you. That's so sweet. I was doing a Five Nights at Freddy's stream last year in September and October. I was trying to do a challenge where if I succeed, I get to play Fall Guys, try to get a crown. But if I don't get a crown in that round, I go back into Five Nights at Freddy's. And the chat back then said, you know what would be a wonderful name for your panda? Michael Afton. So I thought, why not? Just browsing small streamers. Well, I am the smallest of them all. But my height is about average. Welcome to the stream. The story behind the name. Yes, yes. Yeah, you're more than welcome here. I don't do just chatting streams often. I tend to do Fall Guys. I used to do Among Us. Sometimes I do chess. But I'm seriously thinking of getting into Dead by Daylight or Minecraft. So, I do a lot of variety stuff. But you're more than welcome to hang out here, chill, relax. Next joke streams then. Yes, and we're doing a dad joke I had discovered. If I could show it. There we go. Dad jokes on Reddit. And the way they had it on the thing is that they had the pun in the header, but they had the answer down there. So I can't really live stream me going through this. But I can read it out to you with my accent. Oh, let's see. Here's a good one. Bottlenose dolphins are some of the smartest animals on planet. So smart, in fact, they never make mistakes. They do everything on purpose. Porpoise. I actually imagine myself being a dad and telling these jokes to my kids, and then I would feel how I felt when my dad told me jokes back then. Ah, yes. But you should try to like train up a bit, you know? Test it out on your wife first. But that could be a dangerous mix, I'm sure. Or, you know, any other spouse. We're all very accepting here. Can you imagine having two dads? That's like double the dad jokage. That's too much for one kid, you know? Double the dad, double the jokes. Rated R. Alright, let's see. So the water heater was out, and we also lost the power. So I said, rest in peace to my boiling water. You will be missed. Okay, that was bad. That was really bad. That should have been like a shower joke, you know? You didn't get this one? No. No. That was awful. That's a 0 out of 10. I should say that, oh, they lost the plumbing went out of whack or something, and, you know, the shower is dead or something. I don't know. It needs more work. Needs more work. Let's see. Oh no. What is the opposite of Antarctica? What is the opposite of Antarctica? What is it? Uncle Arctica. I'm surprised I'm getting followers. I'm surprised I'm getting followers from this. That was really cringe, but it's funny. I wish I could be like that dog where I could go, joke. Ah. That perfect meme. That beautiful husky. Let's see. I have a brilliant joke about not driving my own car, but I don't want to toot my own horn. What do Tony the Tiger's kids do when he tells a joke? Groan. That was more of a visual pun than anything. I mean, I hear same jokes in my life, some hard to get. Oh. So you're an expert. We have an expert in the audience. I hear my dad over there in the hallway. I wonder if he's going to tell some jokes or not. I am an expert myself, yes. Do you know that large wedding cakes are the most saddest of all cakes? They're always in tears. Ba-da-ching. Okay. That's actually true, but it's a joke! Yes? It's so stupid, but it's so funny, but it's so stupid. Okay, okay, this is a little long one. I really don't know how good this is, so we're going to discover together. A duck walks into a pub, orders a beer. A guy sitting at the bar overhears and asks, "What do you do for a living?" "I'm a plumber. I'm currently working on the new building across the road," says the duck. And the guy says, "Oh, I run a circus and I think you will be a great act. What if you earn now? I will pay you double to come work for me." The duck says, "What does the circus want a plumber for?" Well, that one cracked me up. Honestly, just put it on my bill. You like British accent jokes? Oh jeez. A friend suggested putting horse manure on my strawberries. I'm never doing that again. I'm going back to whipped cream. That's one of my best accents right there. British. Let's see if I could continue doing this. Let's see if I could make this happen with the British accent. Justice is a dish best served cold. If it was served warm, it would just be water. Oh, what? 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 How did that say water? I cause say we always use D's instead of T's. Yeah. My God. If it was served warm, it would just be water. But you're not British. You're not British, eh? Okay. Oh, if you're Russian. You're always in a hurry, rushing it around. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Don't at me. Please don't at me. Alright, let's see. There are 10 types of people that can understand binary jokes. One that do, and one that don't. Thank you. I will see myself out. I'm gonna go now. Bye. So, I took my friend out to the lake, and we rented out a boat to go out there and do fishing. So I asked him, you know, just to be polite, which side of the rowboat do you want? And he said, either or. Can't make up his own mind. Oh, come on. That was good. That was legendary. Alright. Let's see. Let me find another one. Oh, that was a visual joke. Okay. Okay, here's another one. Another cow joke. Could never go wrong with cow jokes. Why do cows have hooves instead of feet? Because they lack toes. Lactose. Good night. It's really hard to tell these jokes because you see what it should be in the word. Alright, let's find another one. Oh! Hey Dad, why do bees stay in the hive during winter? Well, I told him that, well, it's swarm. It's warm in there. These bees. Well, the joke was a, you know, the bee's knees. I have to upload it on this Reddit. I'm surprised nobody made like a whole thread of comments. No, they did. They did. Oh my god, we have like 84 comments from this. This one is popping, so we're gonna go through. They also hibernate. Let's see. But oddly enough, their favorite song is I'm Gonna Be by the Proclaimers. You gotta go. Gonna get your tea and biscuits, Queen Delights. Ooh. Save me some. I hope you have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. I will do another stream this coming Saturday, roughly around the same time. You'll be back. Alright. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm going to do these jokes. I'm not dead yet, so I guess I'm gonna keep going on. But yeah, you're more than welcome to come back anytime today. I'm gonna continue on till 6? Yeah, probably 6 p.m. my time. Eastern Standard Time. So I hope you have a good one. I'll see you sometime. So, someone has started off, oddly enough, their favorite song is I'm Gonna Be by the Proclaimers. And we have a whole list of B songs here. One person said, and here I was under the impression that it was Emma B's by the Black Eyed Peas. And someone says, no, it's the Bee Gees version of Let It Be with B.B. King on guitar. That was outstanding. That is the best one. Okay. Let's continue. Here's another one. Bob Marley's Don't Worry, Be Happy. Or the classic 90s pop song, It's Gonna Be Me. Let's see. When my wife told me this joke, I simply said, honey, this can't be. Then stung her right in the, oh no, in the behind. Oh, you're back! Belle! Belle, you came back! So, someone said, where do you get this news from? BuzzFeed? And they said, nah, from a girl I met on Bumble. Let's see. There's a lot of Sting jokes here. Great music. Would recommend. Let's get away from all these B jokes. It's going like really off the rails there. Okay, a morbid one. Who will the cannibal be if he eats his parents? An orphan. Yeah. Yeah. It's better if you have someone respond to it or try to do a guess. That is the most angriest falcon I ever saw. Okay, we're not going to use that one anymore. None of those. Let's see. Sometimes following Mediterranean recipes is hard for me. It all seems Greek to me. Alrighty, let's see. Oh, this is another long one. Let's go through this one. A teenager drives up to his crush's house the day before school prom and asks if she would like to dance with him. She excitedly said yes, and the boy spends the entire next day preparing for the big day. The first thing he does, to make it extra fancy, is to rent a limousine for a day. Yes, because he was that rich. But when he arrives at the rental center, he knows that many other people had the same idea. There was an enormous line that stretched out the building. Nevertheless, this boy was determined to make this night a special night and waited for hours. Luckily, he succeeded in the end and rented a shiny black limo. He was starting to get really excited. After that, he goes to the tailor, picked up in a brand new suit and a tie to look as sharp as possible. But once again, the line for that wrapped around the block and forced the boy to wait another long hour. He sighed, but still waited in line, as he was quite persistent and knew it would be worth it in the end. However, no, I changed my mind. In the end, though, he got a perfect suit that fit him well. No wrinkles, no nothing, it was just pure handsomeness. Then the moment came. In his limousine, he once again drove up to his crush's house, well dressed in the brand new suit he just bought. She came out looking stunning as well in an aqua dress that sparkled in the evening sunlight. Excited as ever, she leaped into the fancy limo and rode to prom with him, ready for the big night. When they arrived, however, there was yet another long line into the ballroom, as many people needed to be accepted. It was quite a busy night. After half an hour waiting, the couple finally made it through and began dancing. It was going well, and everyone was having quite a grand time. 4 hours later, they became thirsty, went to get a drink. Both him and his girlfriend were in the mood for a fruit punch, but nobody else seemed to want it. When they entered the snack bar, they noticed more long lines of people wanting to get other snacks and drinks. But surprisingly, there's no punch line. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. That was long. All for no punchline. Okay. Oh, there are 3 types of people in this world. Those who could count, and those who can't. Did you hear about the rival bakers? There was a conflict of interest. Ba-da-ching. You actually have a headache? There's just too much. There's a whole avalanche. Yeah, I really don't know how much longer I'm gonna do this. I probably would do 20 more minutes or so. Maybe. Maybe. But this is a pretty good one. And we're just getting to yesterday's submissions. So this is a really, really huge store of dad jokes. Let me see if there's some really good one. Here. Yeah, we just got into yesterday's submissions. Okay, here's one. I'm starting to have a headache. What did the father bread say to his teenage bread? quit loafing around. Oh my god, that actually hurt. No! Ow. You know, if this won't quit, I may have to get a brain transplant. But I changed my mind. There's actually a streamer joke. Okay. I tried to prank a streamer. I set off a firecracker under his chair, but he didn't even twitch. It was YouTube. Yeah, that was alright. That was alright. Oh, whoops. I'm gonna have to change my stuff now. Whoops. Oh well. I'll do it after the stream. Now it's out there. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Oh well. I'll fix my moderation thingy. I accidentally allowed it. I'm sure Twitch doesn't mind too much. It was so obvious, but still. Yes. That was ow. Oh, several people were doing the bee swarm. Yes, they do have prohibited words, and oh, I know it's not one of them, but I do have like my own channel moderation of what I allow or don't allow, and I accidentally allowed it because there are some people who would abuse it and use it in a different context. So I'm gonna have to adjust it afterwards. After the stream, I'll fix it. So you're good. You used it appropriately. Let's see. Oh, did you hear about the guy who invented the drawstring? He won the Nobel Prize. I hope so. Yeah, you did a good job. Yeah. Let's see. What do you call an angry sausage? A sauerkraut. That's one of those jokes that, you know, Kylo Ren will like kill his own father over. That's yeah. I think I'll do like 8 more minutes and then we'll switch over to Fall Guys. If the drops will allow us. Oh, do you know that Bruce Lee had a vegan brother? His name was Broccoli. Oh god. Oh, okay. Okay. I think we could do one more, two more, something like that. Okay, this is the last one. This is the last one, then we'll switch. I promise. Because I need a break. Where do bad rainbows go? To prison. It's a light sentence. It'll break out. Okay, that's the last one. Very good. We're done. That's it. No more dad jokes. That was good, actually. Yeah. Prism. That was a really nice one. And the sun's coming out. It's finally bright in here. Alrighty, I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna leave the music on, and when I come back, we're gonna do some Fall Guys. And see how we're so able to do that game. And I shall return. Alrighty. So we are switching to Fall Guys. Oh, let me play the music a little bit more. There we go. So loading it up. Gonna do some Fall Guys. I took a break from it after getting most of the rocket set. I think it's from Clank and Rocket or something. It was one of those really childhood games that I really, really liked. Let's go here. And hopefully it will capture it. Hello. It's thinking on it really hard. Uh-oh. Come on. There it goes. Ha ha ha. Now we are going to just do this. Oh. There we go. The music from Fall Guys is really, really good. So I'd rather listen to that instead. So why are we getting back to Fall Guys? Because there's a new thingy. Beastie Guys show. Okay. Animal show gives a whirlwind tour of the wildlife native to the Blunder Dome. Mechanical or not, tame the wild beasts in these appropriate rounds today. And Clank's challenge is here. So we got Rocket. Now we're doing Clank. So that's what it is. From... Oh, I see. It was from August 6th to August 15th. They really did something weird with the dates. I'm not used to that. And Fruit Pirate Pack is out. Oh, okay, that's in the store. That's in the store. And they got a new thing. Okay, so that's the new one. Oopsie. And that's the new color. Oh, and that's the skin color or skin pattern for that color set, which is not bad. Could do Iron Man, you know, if we really want to. And then there's the actual suit. That's the bottom half. And that's the top. Oh, that's really cute. That's really adorable. Oh, and what is this one? I don't know. I don't know how that's different. I really don't see the difference. I had a birthday yesterday, though, and that was the time I realized that I don't know what a friend word does really mean to me. Hold on, let me piece that together. By the way, happy birthday. Even though it's late, that's so wonderful. Happy birthday to you. But you don't know what a friend word does really mean to me. It's like everyone is chatting with you, but none of them is someone you actually can trust. Yes, it's one of those things where you're starting to understand there's different types of friends. Like you have work friends, you have gym friends, you have friends in your hobby group, you have friends online, or friends just for that one particular game. You have different layers of friends, and then you have friends that you hang out quite a bit, where you're willing to invite them to your home. There's a whole different level of friendships. I mean, really, the friends that you have in high school and college are really just from trauma bonding. More than anything else. You go through this whole experience together, and because they're there and you're there, you're able to, hang out and make plans together. But yeah, but there's going to be different levels of friendship and trust in your life, and sometimes they're going to move on. They're going to go off and do other things, move away, or fall out of the same things that you do. But you're also going to gain new friends as you pursue other cool, fun things. So, it's something that trios. Huh. It's something that I had to learn to do. The whole point of going through college was to learn how to break the ice with strangers and create activities. Yeah, but it's still kind of the feeling of loneliness. Yeah. That's why finding that really special someone means a lot to a lot of people. It's really hard to really get that whole trust level. I mean, having a ride and die kind of friend, it's rare. Really, really rare. Let's see. Let's go ahead and give this a try. I mean, then again, it really also depends whether you're the one that is going out to invite people to do activities with, or you're the one that waits for the invitation to do activities with others. Kind of like the whole introvert, extrovert kind of things. And it's not like I would refuse anyone's invitation, it's that I don't go out of my way to put those things together unless it's something really important. And that's really difficult for an introvert. No one ever invited me to do something, though. It was me who was the inviter. You're actually probably the most proactive friend. And I heard often that it's usually the extrovert who finds a introvert out in the wild, and they like drag them out into the social groups. But honestly, introverted friends just wait for extroverted friends to go and create activities. Unless it creates like a routine, like, oh, every weekend we do Dungeons and Dragons. Oh. Ah, no. Like, okay, that's something I could create a schedule around. I could like build on this type of thing. So it don't despair, is what I'm just trying to say. Don't despair. Don't expect everyone to like have that same level of trust and or depth, I should say. And just understand that it's not really common, and that's why you treasure those kind of friends if you can. And that's why I believe that family is everything, because you create your own family. They're not introverted, they just like to do things on their own. Cool toads though. Yeah, this is the whole jungle stuff. This is the new season that they're doing. So the first season was their first, you know, normal Fall Guys. They went medieval, which is probably the worst season, in my opinion. Then they did the winter season. That was awesome. They also did feature tech, sci-fi, or synthwave kind of thing. And that was pretty good. And this is their new one. Oh, wait. We did make it. Let's get out of here. But yeah, I mean, don't feel bad. You know, you will find a small group of people that, you know, you could trust. And that's really hard to do, like, on the internet. Yes, it's a lot of work, just like relationships. You have to put in the work to keep it going, which is very difficult for introverts like me. I pretty much sit like a log, fill up my own personal time doing stuff, and I kind of forget I have to check in once in a while. But I learned to trust no friend that I had something job related. Well, work friends are a little bit different from other friends because it becomes a real gossip network. And, you know, you have some good people and bad people in your workplaces sometimes, and it can get really control freaky. So, but most of my friends now are from work. And, oh, whoops. So, I wouldn't say every single person you meet is going to be a friend. Ah! Okay, hold on. There we go. Oh, whoops. Okay. Like, I wouldn't tell everyone at work all the medical things that are going on in my life, or like what's really going on with my family or my family's family. You know, there's different levels, you know. Not everyone is gonna be an open book. And, you know, it's nice to have some measure of privacy these days. I'm easy to make friends, and I have guys to hang out, but I can't trust them, so I can't say they're friends, and that's the problem, I believe. Okay. I would say you have friends that you can't rely on. Maybe they're just not responsible. But a good friend, an actual friend, would, yes, that's more accurate, yes. You're going to have friends who come from different walks of life than you, who's going to have different thought processes than you, and make certain decisions that you probably wouldn't make. And that is their bed they have to make and lay in. All you have to do as a friend is to give good advice whenever you can. And if they don't take your advice, don't get mad. I wouldn't say get the popcorn and, watch. Just, be there when they need help. But you have to understand that they're adults too. And they're going to have to live and make decisions on their own. I made it! I survived the rhinos. So I have friends that are not really responsible. And that's okay. And I try my best to give my advice. But it comes to a point where you can't be too judgy. You can't be so demeaning on them. Otherwise, who wants that as a friend? You're really code-thinking and a problem solver. Yeah. No, I get you. You're more analytical. Which can be difficult for analytical people to not be apparent on their friends. It's really difficult. And it's also frustrating when they don't really take your advice. Yep. So, I'm not a cold thinker. I'm not like a super duper problem solver. I'm more of an emotional, empathetic person, but I do have friends in the past that are very, very intelligent, quick thinkers. And they always look at me like, you dumb. Why did you know? Stop being a baby and go and do it. You were saying the right things, yes. But they are, how should I say it? They have freedom of choice. Every soul, every being has freedom of choice. And they have to learn to make decisions for themselves. And sometimes they're not always going to make the best decisions. And that's life. Sometimes you have happy accidents. Sometimes not. You could say all the best advice that you could give, all the right things, do the right things, and they still messed up because they're human. And you can't help that. All you can be as a friend, even though they don't take your advice, is to be there. Be there, through thick and thin. If you can't tolerate it. There are some things that I personally can't tolerate, that I said, nope, I gotta wash my hands and gotta go. But like I said, there's levels of trust and levels of friendship depths. But you can't really force them to be you. Because if all the entire world is you, it's going to be rather boring. Example. Okay. had a situation, that guy was arguing his PC is not fast enough. Oh yes, all of us have issues with that. I told him, get it fast. He said he has no money. Yeah, it's a little bit tight lately. Let's see if I can actually do this without reading. Hold on, let me get through this part. Okay. I said, go ahead and get a job. He said, well, I will now, it's the end of summer, and he had no work the whole period. I'm listening to the writing, so don't worry. No, you're totally fine. I'm just a rambling rose. The thing is that it's hard. Well, coming from the US, the job market is sort of coming back because people are tired of being locked indoors. And there are some places where they're asking people to go back to work physically, and they're starting to realize we need people. But there's a workers market now where the people are coming out of the pandemic are like, yeah, but I want benefits. I want a really good paycheck. I want something that actually could support me, and I don't want to work 60 hours in a week just for, you know, snippets. And I don't want to miss out what I have at home. You know, I want to earn enough, be healthy enough, so that way I actually have luxury and time on my own. So this is what's going on in our economy right now. So there's a lot of people who are very selective. So I'll say, you know, just he could complain all he wants about not having a fast PC. But until he gets a job that actually pays towards that, and he actually saves some money, which, depending on what bills or monthly expenses he has to pay, that may be on the bottom list. So, no, it's very financial. That example, very financially tied. You can't help that. He has to pay nothing. Really? So do you have like a black market dealer that's able to hand out really fast PCs? Incredible. Okay, so this is the top section. Ah! Oh, yes, glorious. Oh, so smooth. So smooth. Oh, besides the PC. Oh. There's like several components. Oh no! Alright, that was a failure. There are several components that go into the PC that makes it faster. That toad. Okay. I really don't think we're going to get through this round. My gosh. Oh no 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 no! Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I knew that the moment that I failed an obstacle, I was not going to get through. But it's really, really hard to get it fast. Without, you know, purchasing anything. You know what I mean. I'm rambling. Though I'm a little bit confused when you say he has to pay nothing. When you told him he has to get a job if he wants money to, I don't know. But that type of thing, that's all financial. Oh, so they could have bought it for him. I see. That is a growing trend here in the US. My generation has been pretty hit hard from our economy going in 2008, and it never really seemed to stop for us. All the type of jobs that we were trying to strive for. Oh, I overshot. Kind of fizzled up and disappeared. The whole work industry had changed from the expectations that were in the 90s and early 2000s. But the generation younger than me, like those in their 20s, are able to adapt to it, where they're able to make a lot more strategic moves to try to be more money savvy. And they're also the fortunate ones where their parents were able to survive that economic upheaval and all that stuff. Now it's like they pay the rent and stuff, and you just have to get a job to get money just for the PC. Right. No, that's perfectly fine. Still, it's really hard to, you know, convince someone to go and get a job unless it's a job they really like. Like, for me, I am so picky, and I'm so fortunate to have a job that I like, which is plant merchandising. And I could do it in the mornings, so that way I could write in the afternoons or stream. And it's been a really great work balance for me. And after dinner, I just hang out with the family or have fun. And I really like it. And I was so fortunate where I'm able to do Monday through Friday just in the mornings. That's a good job though. It works for me. It really works for me. For everyone else, it may not work very well. Part-time for me is like 25 hours per week or something like that, which some people here, you know, with that type of pay, that's not good enough. In fact, 40 hours per week for any job that's under $15 US dollars per hour, that's not enough. And that's an issue that we're going through Congress with right now. So this whole pandemic, for good and for ill, is opening our eyes to how much we really need to fix our work industry. It's just not enough to have a union, because there's some places like restaurants that really don't care. And it's really up to the workers and the consumers to just, you know, wake up. Go, hey. You're a science worker as a programmer. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, thank you. I mean, even if you don't agree with it, it's totally okay. It's totally okay to disagree too. That just came out wrong. You're allowed to disagree. But being a programmer is not bad. Not bad at all. And kudos to you. It's like being a linguist, you know, except with computers. It's really nice. My mom, before she had retired, was really into computer program languages. And she used to be like a webmaster. And webmasters, you know, help put the websites together, make sure everything runs smoothly. And part of that is programming, so that was really cool. They were able to do something like that. Ah, didn't work. Didn't work. Oh no! I shouldn't have run underneath there. Ah! In this situation, the best way to do it is try to go after the one that's in front of you, because everyone has the same running speed in this game. And I jumped way too many times. Ah! I tried to grab it in the air. Didn't work. No! I was able to grab someone there. Oh. I'm never good at this one. Ah. I have professional deformation or something. I'm afraid that did not translate well. I'm so sorry. But it's okay. You're still learning the language, and it's really, really good so far. Really superb. Oh, like professional illness. Okay. I'm so sorry. I really do hope you feel better. Over here, we call it burnout. Oh, wait. Okay, we could claim things. Okay, we're not there yet. Oh, right. Right. No, I get it now. Workaholic. Welcome to the workaholics among us. When I was in between jobs, writing the first draft and the editings of the book that's currently looking for lit agents, I have to learn to give myself breaks, because I would do it 8 hours, 10 hours in a day, and I didn't give myself weekends. And I was just trying to get this book out there ASAP. How? Okay. And it was so bad that I was physically showcasing stress in my body, where I would have cramps in my thigh muscles, and that was bad. And I have to learn to give myself breaks and everything. Oh. Okay. That's a lot of jumping. So, right now, I give myself probably anywhere to 4 or 5 hours of writing time after work. You're actually applying for jobs in the US. That is hard. If you're able to do it virtually, that probably is the safest way to do it. We are like exploding with the Delta virus. I mean, if you are completely vaccinated, your percentage of getting the Delta virus is like 40%, which is still pretty big risk. They're estimating it's really 20%, but a lot of anecdotal information or anecdotal stats are coming out as 60 or 40%. Oh, you had gone through the COVID. I'm so glad you're here. I really am. Not everyone is able to, and I'm so glad you're able to get through it. Wow. No, that's amazing. That's really amazing. I had friends. Well, I have a friend. No, I had friends who had gone through COVID, but we got the weaker variant. Here, where we're living at, it wasn't as intense as the Northeast. And they were able to get through it. And but they don't look great. They really don't. But they're alive, I should say. But I have one friend who got COVID but refused to get vaccinated and refused to have a mask. And they're super lucky to be able to survive COVID after, you know, going through all that. But they still refuse to do it. So I don't get it. I don't get it. Why they're so, you know, like that. Because I think it's the thing about, you know, being the responsible one in your friend group where you love them to death, you give them all the advice, but they don't want to listen. They got it, they survived it, but, you know, they still don't want to take your advice, so. Yeah, you wear the mask all the time? Yeah, I can't blame you. I can't blame you one bit. Here, if one is vaccinated, you only wear a mask when you're in a crowded situation, like a festival or whatever, or like a indoor situation. People who are not vaccinated at all should be wearing the mask everywhere, but they haven't. Me, I've been wearing my mask at work because I don't know how heavy it is at the garden center that I merchandise to. It could either be really, really dead quiet or super busy, and I can never tell when I go in. Other than that, I've been wearing my mask when I go indoors, wherever I go. And I don't go out often. Oh, Texas. I've never been to Texas. I hear that everything's big there. but flat, dry, hot. Everyone is wearing big hats. Oh, you like guns and stuff. Our guns here are very loose. And Texas is one of the loosest gun laws they have. In my opinion, we should have it regulated just like cars. Where you are supposed to have a license, take testing so you know how to do gun safety, have it stored in an appropriate place. You're coming to a shooting range each week, although we have few. Smart. Very smart. I mean, there's nothing wrong about, going to a shooting range, having fun, practicing. Nothing wrong in practicing. But we still have issues about, gun regulations and such. And I'm not saying that it would stop, everything that's been going on. But what they don't really talk about in the newspapers is that a lot of people mishandle their guns, or worse, their kids get their hands on the guns. And horrible accidents happen when they shouldn't even happen. And that's the stuff that they always try to cover up. And it's really sad. I mean, if you're going to own a gun, learn how to take care of it, do it safely, keep it away from kids. You can't have a gun in Russia that easily. And just hunting weapons, I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure Russia doesn't want to have the issues that we have here with our guns. That's one of the few things that they're smart about. Oh, that came out wrong. I'm sorry. I'm American. We have a rivalry. Ever since that hockey game, I'm sure. A tank in your garage! Oh my god. I'm sure every person who loves history, or at least war history, will love to have a tank in their garage. Oh my god. I assure you, it's rare anyone will have a tank in their garage in the US, except for the military. Yeah, you gotta fill up the tank. You gotta take it out to make sure that, the cylinders are properly run. You gotta wash it. You have to make sure you take it out every weekend. Yeah, you really had to maintenance it. But still. Just imagine going out on a Sunday with your boys, riding a Panzer, just going to the mall, having fun. If there's traffic, you just blow it up. But we do have some museums here that do have tanks on display. For the life of me, I can't remember any of them that are close by where I live. I do have World of Tanks on my computer, and I'm ashamed to say that I haven't really got on and do a lot of stuff with it. It takes a lot to, you know, keep going through all the battles. Because the more you do battles, the more experience points you can spend on, you know, research. The research allows you to get better tanks, which are the newer versions of the models. Oh, you done? That's like the only one of those games that I like that are based on something like that. And it's really my dad and my brother that really got into it that made me hop on. I played it a lot on the console. Oh no, 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 okay, no! Okay, we made it. I think the only games that I really could not do are the shooting games because I take too much time to aim and I feel like I'm not going to be fast enough or smooth enough or accurate enough. Well, I could be accurate, but I'm not going to do a good job, you know, because I take too much time. So that's why I really don't get into shooting games. And some of them are just really repetitive. You just pull the trigger and or push the button or whatever, you do the shooting thingy, but there's no real quest or goal. I'm more of a goal-orientated kind of person. Or if I go into any sort of competitions, it's competitions like these. Where I could do like really cute multiplayers. Like this or Among Us. Dead by Daylight is a fun multiplayer game too. And that's a really old one, like since like 5 years ago. They just had their 5-year anniversary. I played it this much, so it's hard to make me like them. Oh, we're saved. We're saved by the bell. Whew. That was hard. Yeah, it can get really repetitive on the shooting games. I've yet to see a shooting game that I really like. Yeah, I gotta do. I don't know. My dad has been playing Halo, and he said that there is a loose storyline where you do have like rescue missions. You do have mission objectives. Oh, that is evil. Oops. I'm getting it! I'm getting it! I'm getting... No! Give it to me! Stop him! He has the golden egg! Shoot. Alright. I can't stop him from doing the golden egg. No! Oh god. How are we gonna do this? Where do we go? No! I never did this before. Oh my god. Okay. Come on. We could do this. Oh, no wonder! They had been going into the nest. Ah! And no one else. No one else. No one else is working on these. Where are our guys? Where is Ava 1? How are you supposed to be guarding the nest and everything? Egg grabbers, yeah. I hate those type of games. I really do. Ooh. We got some bonuses at least. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Wow. Oh, I've got to go to the store. Let's go to the store. Oh. That's not bad. I'm getting that one. That's cool. And we're gonna equip that, because that's awesome. Oop. And those are really good pants, too. But I prefer to get the top. The last time I was on a shooting range, I got a bruise on my shoulder because I was not holding the gun properly. I had some real recoil. Oh, I believe it. I'm sure if I ever try to do it, I'll probably won't do it right. I have really, really small, tiny shoulders, and I'm sure I'm just gonna get bruised even if I'm doing it right. Okay, we are taking this. Ooh. Yes. We're not gonna equip that though. There are some good ones in the store. Actually, no, that's just the pink hair version of the Explorer, because we got the normal generic one through. Yeah. We got the generic one, so I'm not going to worry about it. But you still love it? That's how you know you got a really good hobby. If you love it no matter the ups and downs. Alright, let's see how well this new color scheme works. So we got this color called Safari. Not bad. Really not bad. That's kind of cool. I could see that some other time. I wouldn't go with it. It's like a dusty lime beige? Oh, the polka dot man. I finally saw the Suicide Squad. I was so busy. I think it was Sunday. Yeah, I think it was Sunday. It was like the last... No, Saturday. It's the last bit of the Olympics. And my mom was watching some water polo and she got tired of it. So she switched on to HBO to watch Suicide Squad. And I came in halfway through. And I thought, okay, I gotta watch it all the way through to the end. And I absolutely love it. Ooh, I like this. I like that a lot. Do we have anything I like? Oh, that does not work. That does not work. Oh, jeez. That's really sad, because I thought that would work. Oh, what about this? Oh, that'll do it. Let's see if the bottom looks better. No, the bottom's not that great. The palm dude is good, or is cool. Yeah. I think we'll just do this. We'll do a bottom out. Oh, it's got a bird. It's got a bird on top. That's cute. Oh, you haven't seen Suicide Squad? It's... Oh, jeez. It's not like all the other superhero movies. It's like... It's very close to Deadpool. They put a little bit more graphic homage to the comic books where they're able to put the lettering in the actual scene. And I would not be surprised if those are the actual titles from the actual comic book series. Oh, yes. Yes, the movie is... It's worth watching if you really don't mind the gore and such. It's not heavy on the gore as Quentin Tarantino. It's surprisingly a little bit more than Deadpool. It has the same tongue-in-cheek as the Guardians of the Galaxy, except it's a little bit more Deadpool. Like Guardians of the Galaxy and Deadpool made a baby, and it was the Suicide Squad. That's how I would say it. Oh, you like the World War II movies? Oh. Yeah, that's graphic in its own way. Graphic, that's the word. Graphic. Yeah, there are some pretty good World War II movies out there. Shoot. What are my favorites? I mean, there's never... As far as I know of, there's never really been a bad World War II movie. As far as I know of. It takes a lot to make it really bad. Alright, our palm tree made it. You've seen them all, I believe. Let's see. Great Escape is a classic. Let's see. Oh shoot, there was a... Oh! I missed! I believe I could do this. No! We will never know. Shoot. Let's see. Saving Private Ryan was a major change in our American movies. Let's see. Oh, than I was before? Yeah. It takes a while to, like, get back into the swing of things. I think the more I keep myself distracted, the more it becomes muscle memory. And the fact that, you know, I keep doing the same type of obstacles in such a short change. I think that has something to do with it. Because the main show is like all the courses that they have done from all the season past, plus this current season. Oh, wait. We're done with this. We're done with this. I forgot. Let's go ahead and do the main show for our last hour of the stream. Let's go ahead and do that. Do the last show. But yeah, my dad really loves watching history movies. We have a lot of American Revolutionary movies and Civil War movies. And of course, you know, we have our war movies from World War II. They're finally starting to bring out the World War I movies. So that was cool. Yeah, there's like a lot of good movies out there of that time period. But then again, it's a little bit more glorified, I should say. It was pretty brutal in some places. Oh, really? There's a lot of people who like history. I would suggest the World of Tanks streamers, especially the ones that really geek out over the models, the history models and such. There's a whole community of that there. The Mighty Jingles is one such streamer, so I'm not sure he streams anymore. I think he just does a lot of YouTube clips and just put them out there. How's my skill in this game? Decent? I mean, if I have to make a self-assessment, I'll say, geez, every 3 out of 5, I'm able to progress halfway through the challenges. And then like 1 out of 5, I would say, well, probably not even that. Odds of winning in the stream, none. None. If you're looking for a winner, go home. Go home. This is why I'm the arduous spark. It takes a lot of effort to like this. But I keep at it. You could say it's an arduous journey. Like right now, I know I'm gonna lose. But I keep at it anyway. Like, there's a lot of Fall Guys streamers that win crowns from these obstacles or the whole courses and such. I never won a crown by making it to the finish line. Like, I'm able to qualify all the way up to the very end, usually. Well, half and half. I haven't really keep a true statistical effort in how many times I've been that successful, because it changes over time. It really depends on the season. Oh no! What do you call a factory that makes okay products? Satisfactory. Actually, that was pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Well done. Yes, quite. Quite. But I'll say that I never received a crown by winning the entire game. Um, I always receive crowns through leveling up through experiences, and now they just created the little tiny crown shards that you could collect and generate crowns. So that's why I have a ton of crowns now. It's through experience points and all that fun stuff. I just like going through the motions and playing it. No, I lied. I did win. I had won a crown once. That's a mouthful. It was during their duo or squad. No, it was squad competitions. Oh my god. And I was able to win my crown through the game as a team member. So that was cool. That's the smoothest transition I ever had gone through. Take a picture, because that's never going to happen again. Oh, that helped. What does the crown do? Well, in the very beginning... Oh god, my voice cracked. In the very beginning of the first season of Fall Guys, that was how it shows that you had won the game. There was no other way to get the crown other than just simply winning. And now they created all these other means to get crowns. Ah! Oh no. So it used to be about pride, where you could show your crown, like how many wins have you done in completing this whole thing. It's a different kind of pride. If I really want to get a crown on my own, you know, I'll just go and, you know, grab one for my dresser. But, no, now it's just, you know, getting the more expensive stuff in the store. So it's a different type of currency now that you accumulate. And the reason why they have to go and do something like that is because of the hackers. The hackers back then knew that it was so hard to get those crowns, and all those little costumes are so expensive. You have to beat the game 5 times to get like that amazing item that's in the store, and they usually come in sets. Ah! Okay, it's fine. It's about being thorough and running away from everyone else who just can't. No! Alright, back off! boy. It's like a game of attrition. Yes! Yes, my little bean people, yes! We're going to win! That was a lot of hard work. I actually won, yeah. And really that's more the team coming together. Because those that did not have the battery have to really wrestle the other batteries from the other team. And that takes a lot. That really, really takes a lot. I've been staring at the screen for so long and hard without blinking, now my eyes are like hating me right now. Oh my god. Oh, I dodged all that fruit. Okay, 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 okay. Oh god. They changed it now, where you can't really just stay at the sides. Oh no! No! Oh god. Ah! Fruit! Why does it have to be fruit? Oh my goodness. So once in a while, I'll be able to go through most of the courses until the very end. It's either the second to the end or the actual round where you have to obtain the crown. But that happens, I want to say about once an hour or something like that. I'll be able to progress through all the obstacles to get to that point. Like the final round. This one, I don't see myself winning. And that's okay. Usually, those who know they can't really win just try to disrupt by running on all this stuff. The secret is try not to get stuck. Ah! Like right there, now holes are being created. And one, just jump into that hole. So, I don't know, I might. This is where it gets tough. Ah! Nope. But that was the best I had ever done in this kind of obstacle course. That's like the best. It's a Gundam! Nice, nice, nice. So, I feel pretty good if I get all the way to round 3. That's usually where I end it. But I'm not surprised if like I can't get past the first one. Okay, so we are... Yeah, once we get this kind of pattern, I'm gonna do an Iron Man kind of thing. If I have the time on the stream. No, I got time. It's a cute game, and it can get really frustrating if you let it get to your skin, where you're trying really hard to win every single time. But the thing is, you're never going to win every single time. You just kind of get lucky enough to, you know, make it through to the very end. So I just learned to just enjoy going through the motions of just competing and going through all these obstacles. This is taking a while to load. You're gonna go? Well, thank you so much for hanging out here, and I hope you have a wonderful week. I'll be back Saturday, and I don't know if it's gonna be Fall Guys or Dead by Daylight, but I'll be here Saturday. So thank you. I hope you have a wonderful week. Oh, you're welcome. Anytime. Ah! No! That's the worst. Oh my gosh. If you have a nightmare of falling or a phobia about falling, this is not the game for you. No! They added this, and it's just so much tougher now to go through. There we go. Oh, skills. Look at that. What is this? What the? No! Stop griefing me. Okay. That was... Oh my gosh. It's like jump rope. Sort of. Horrible jumping. Right there. That is the coolest color scheme ever. That is the coolest that they have going on. With those rainbows. That was the best. Ah! We have a bunch of griefers in this lobby. Oh my goodness, King of Heart 21. I did not see you saying yay for participation trophies. I'm so sorry. That was perfect. It's really hard to look at the. Oh no. No. Oh jeez. The medieval season of Fall Guys is my least favorite, and this is why. One of the many reasons why. We should quit now! You will see me angry right here. God, 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 God. Okay, I'm almost there. Oh, okay, we made it. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this. I hate this. I hate this so much! Damn it. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright. I just could not handle these type of things. I just can't. Okay. I don't care if I, like, come in last or whatever. I just can't. It's the heights for me. It's a real fear of heights. And it's kind of funny, not all games create this fear of height sensation for me. But this type of thing does. And I hate it. Absolutely hate it. I'm one of those that I'd rather be slow and cautious. And that's totally fine. It's not gonna make me win. Whatsoever. Technically, I should be diving or walking to the other fan paddle than just waiting. They can't convince me otherwise. You just can't. Alright, what is earn at least a gold medal in any round 5 times? Or at least a gold medal in any... That's pretty much... I did that twice. I have to go through round 5 and earn at least a gold medal. So even if you don't have the crown, you can still gold medal. Wow. Or a silver medal. And I did that 3 times? I would not know. Wow. But they're saying that we should do some squads here. So let's do the squad trios. Just to get some of those easy points. We got like 30. No. I lied. We got like 45 minutes to do this stream. So maybe we're able to do all those 3 squad trio objectives, which would be cool. And at the very least, by doing this once, we should be able to get that pattern, and we could do like Iron Man. Oh, you're back. Welcome back. You have one more topic to discuss. Okay, shoot. Oh gosh, that was close to the edge there. I have no idea how to deal with emotions and feelings, so I just turn into a baby-like state when I just lie and do nothing. Oh, so you shut down when you have emotions. And you're asking me, the emotional one, what to do? That's really hard for me to translate it. I suggest, this is going to be difficult, but I suggest talking to a therapist if you can. There are therapists, if you live in the US, that are available in Medicare. If you are, if you have that are available, oh my god. And they don't require, you know, to prescribe anything, you know, you just talk to them. Oh, there's none where you live? This is hard. A lot harder then. I think it is always difficult to deal with emotions in general, because in some places, especially here in the US, it's always negative to be very expressive with one's emotions, if it's not in a positive manner. And even then, when you do it in a positive manner, you don't want to do it too much, so there's a lot of need to be restrained with one's emotions, I have noticed. Oh no, we did not qualify. Okay. If you're wanting to get used to expressing your emotions and feelings, I would turn to art. Either do paintings, drawings, writing, crocheting, something creative and productive. If you play a musical instrument, go ahead and tap into your musical instrument. Oh, you want to shut them down. Don't. That's not healthy. Oh, you don't want to have emotions. Well, I'm afraid that you're just human. And you're going to have emotions. And it's a sign that you have a heart. And you have a brain. And you are alive. And I'm afraid that that's all there is to it. There's nothing wrong in feeling sad, or feeling happy, or feeling mad, or having joy, or having sorrow. It means that we are reacting to the world around us, and we are aware of our surroundings and aware of ourselves and know that we're alive. What you probably don't like, I'm not a therapist, but I am an extremely emotional person. I had this problem for a while. It took a while for me to get over it. Oh, okay, hold on. I had really bad relationships a while ago, so I have really big problems with women in real life. I would say women instead of females. It's better to say women than females, because imagine going around saying males instead of men. It's a little bit objectifying a person. I'm kind of getting tired of that language. But anyway, I digress. And the problem itself is that I can't handle emotions, so I become overthinking myself. It's really hard to get over toxic relationships. And that's for every man and for every woman going through any sort of relationship, whether it's straight or not. And it comes down to trying to find a really good relationship or building a good one with a good person. And there's nothing wrong with having emotions or having feelings. What's probably problematic is trying to express it in a productive manner. And, well, not just expressing it, but acknowledging for what it is. And that takes a lot. What feeling is this? Is this sadness? Is this happiness? Once you identify what type of emotion it is, you gotta figure out where it's coming from, why you're feeling this way. And that takes a while. Once you identify what it is, where it's coming from, how do you express it? Do you want to, let's say you're very angry and you don't know what you're angry about, and let's say you blew up because you dropped something. Well, maybe you're angry over, something as abstract as injustice. Like, you've been reading a lot of bad news and you're very upset about things and you couldn't really get it out of your system. And, you just fly off the handle over something really whatever. It's kind of the fear of something being unexpected. Fear is another emotion. But you identified what that emotion is, which is great. That's half the battle. What I would do is try to figure out how to make that fear a good thing. Because sometimes being afraid is okay. It just shows that you cared. What you need to do is not do it in a manner where it's gonna hurt someone. Or do it in a manner that's gonna hurt yourself. And deny yourself opportunities of growth and change. Because sometimes the good thing about fear is that it's going to keep you cautious and safe, usually. But the downside is that you don't go out and do things, and you don't want things to change. And sadly, life is full of changes. We're going through some massive changes right now. You isolate yourself from any kind of relationship for a long period of time. You're afraid of getting into a relationship, which a lot of people have gone through because they have gone through bad relationships. And they think, well, this one is going to be bad too because I've gone through many bad relationships. Ah! And you like the comfort, but then the emotions kick in, yes. I forgot that these have fans in here. Okay, there we go. Gonna do it for our team. I wish there is a therapist or a professional you could talk to. But you're just afraid of getting hurt again, which is a common problem with anyone who's gone through painful breakups. And the only way to truly get over it is actually trying to get back in. But I don't know how to encourage you to do it in a healthy manner. That's why I'm suggesting a therapist. Or someone who has degrees in therapy that could help you. I think some of them are available online. I hope there are some available online where you could like ask for advice how to go through it. There is a YouTube professional therapist. Oh shoot, I forgot her name. She might have a video about getting back into relationships or having any normal relationships, whether it's romantic or not. Having friendships is also about building relationships. So, shoot. Let me look real quick. But I seriously, strongly suggest a professional. But I'm here to let you know that you're not alone. Having those feelings are very valid. And they can be painful to go through. And it can be scary. But there's nothing wrong in having those feelings because you don't want to get hurt again. And that's a valid thing. And I think the best way is to keep an eye out for red flags and, you know, do the best you can. Because you know what doesn't work out, what didn't work for the past ones. And you have grown as a person. So all you have to do is just keep an eye out. In my personal opinion. I'm trying to find her. How to if I could find her. Okay, so Psych to Go is one type of YouTube videos. They're very short. They tend to do numbers. Like, here's 9 tips to get over your ex, or 5 ways to deal with a breakup, you know, stuff like that. But there is one lady that is really good that I would suggest. The big part of the problem is that women here are much more submissive. So they're not making the first step, and that would be a fix, though. I don't know. If you isolated yourself, where you don't let anyone in, no one, no matter how aggressive or proactive, not aggressive, no one is going to break through your barrier. Only you could break down your barrier. No one is going to get in, no matter who they are, no matter whether they're submissive or not. And that's not something that anyone likes to hear, but it's true. You have to be the one willing to create a relationship and go out and find someone. And that's the same on both genders, no matter the cultural thing. If you're not really into making a relationship, you're not going to have anyone hooking up with you. Let me find her. It's so much easier if I could find her. Um, and that's really tough because you don't want to break down your barriers because you got hurt and you got through some pain. But in order to deal with those emotions, you're going to have to talk to someone. You can't isolate yourself. And you're making a really big progress talking to me about this. I mean, this is huge. Very, very huge. And I'm going to try to find someone. I mean, romantic relationships is really tough. Yes, you think you agree with me. Yeah, it's you have to be available to create relationships in order to allow it to happen. And it's not just for guys, it's for women too. I could be a stonewall refusing everyone to come near me if I'm not ready for a relationship. And it's up to me to be willing to step out of my comfort zone to go out and start looking. Um, you talk a lot about people about this, but it doesn't help to have no fear. You're not going to lose the fear when you go out there. You're never going to lose it. I think. Shoot.
Hello, my name's Matthew.
This is a relationship guy. His focus is for women, dating for women and all that, but I think he has ones for men. Hold on. That may not be the right one. Who is. But it's some. It's a professional therapist on YouTube, and I think her name is Katie Morton. Let me double check her. Yes. Yes. Here we go. Search Katie Morton. That's how you spell her name. Go on YouTube. She's a professional therapist or licensed therapist that had been able to create YouTube videos on different topics. And I think she has something there, and if not, I think there's a way of contacting her to help you dealing with this fear before, opening yourself up to relationships and such. Fear is a healthy thing until it starts, happening, certain parts of your life, and you are able to identify that, hey, this is not quite okay. So I suggest, hers, but I also suggest, other professionals. There's ways of expressing or dealing with fear, and I don't know what type of behavioral training you're going to need to help deal with this fear. But you're never going to get rid of it completely because it's part of the human experience. But it is a valid concern that you don't want to get hurt. And I think that that's very understandable. A lot of people have gone through this same type of things, and it's so difficult to get through it. So I suggest doing that, But yeah, that's a very, very heavy topic. But I'm so glad you were able to reach out, and I hope that helps. I really do. You're not going to be able to get out there all at once. I don't think you should rush it. I think you should just, take it in baby steps. Get used to, where is this coming from? Like, getting some help, get into some sort of art, write it down, draw about it, you know, do it in a creative manner, I think also helps. But definitely professional. What if you have the fear to deal with fear? That's a good point, actually, yeah. You were writing about it. That's good. No, that's great. That's really, really, really great. I think you should keep that up. I think that's very, very healthy to do that. And reading other works about people who had gone through similar experiences. That will help fortify you. To that you know that you're not a man on the island. You're not out there, in the woods, lost and alone. You got company, and it's totally okay. You got it. I tend to be a rambling rose. But yeah, we're gonna get back into this. So, I wish you the best. All the best. Oh, no problem, bestie. I hope everything goes well. And it does take time. It will take probably months. Don't expect it overnight. I have to go through some things myself with other mental health things, and it takes a while. It really does take a while. Okie doke. So, it's been 5 years. But the healing process takes a while. Being in a relationship, how many years it's been, it's not bad. It's just numbers. But how you progress through the healing stage, that can take some time. Don't expect it overnight. Is what I was trying to say. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. You're more than welcome. I'm so happy I was able to help in some small manner. I think we're gonna do Iron Man. There we go. Okay, let's do some squats. Let's do it like one more time. We got some time. We'll probably do like 2 or 3 of these. I love the music from Fall Guys. Yeah, I am. The Fall Guys music is really good, and the is it bango drums? Mango drums? bongo drums. That's what it is. Bongo drums. It's a really nice touch with the bongo drums. I'm so tongue-tied now. I better stop. It's cold on the mountain tonight. Do 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 do. No, I don't want to be famous. I just want to win. I just want to win this game. Leave me alone. Currently, my one and only mod is doing other things right now, so let me deal with that later. Ugh. Oh no 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 no! My phone. No. Okay, we're gonna wait. Ah! Why? I was so good at this. Okay. There it goes. Ah! Oh, yes, made it. If you get Nightbot, you can auto-filter those. Yeah, I probably... Where is it? There it is, ban. I have to see the Nightbots are for those that are not affiliates yet. I'm seriously thinking of doing it. But sometimes some bots will slip under the radar. I have seen one streamer that has a Nightbot, and they still come through. So. I have to double check. I have to double check if you can or not. I haven't gone through it yet. But if I can, I would. Usually I don't have an issue moderating my own channel. Oh. Usually. And I don't know, I guess it's the feeling you get when you banish someone into the shadow realm. You know, maybe that's just me. Okay. Maybe I should be a moderator or something. Okay. They didn't see me. They didn't see me. No, it saw me! Okay. There I go! There I go! But I'll check. Because there are some bots where you have to be affiliate to get the extension. And, there's some other things that I wish I could do for the stream, like Qbot or something like that. That's actually, you have to be an affiliate to have some of those extensions. So it's pretty limited to peeps like me. I think Qbot. I could be wrong. I may be mispronouncing it or using the word wrong. It's something you could do where someone could do a command to queue up in a line so they could play with you on a community game like Dead by Daylight or like Stream Raiders or something, you know. Because there have been a lot of people who really wanted to play games with me, especially like Among Us. Or chess. A lot of people wanted to play with me on chess because they know I suck at it. And it will help their rank. You suck at chess too? Yay! We suck together! No, I just. My problem with chess is that I'm an overly cautious person. And I hate losing any piece. Like, you're supposed to lose your pawns or your knights or whatever. And I can't. I can't get over that. Yeah, I'm gone. It's fine. Most of my teammates are out. Oh, actually, no. My one teammate is in. I'm sorry, bestie. What are you? Scaly pear. I'll play for fun. I do stupid moves on purpose sometimes. Yeah, it's better to do that with the AI. There's a website called chess.com that was really good about providing like chess lessons and learning how to do some things or whatever. Did we make it through? I was not paying attention. I don't know if we made it through or not. I'm gonna have to see if I'm in here. And chess.com has it where... Oh, wait. Oh, I'm in. I'm in. Okay, good. I accidentally... I didn't want to disconnect just in case I did make it. Football! No! Who would do this? No, it's sports! Okay. We're gonna have to time our jumps. Ah! No! 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 The only advice I learned was how to start in chess. And that was good enough for me. There's like different ways of starting. And I learned... I have like a few favorites. Actually, I should count. I only have 3 favorites. Oh god. Don't go! Don't go! Okay. Okay. Yes! I hope we made it. I would open with the pawn in front of the queen and kind of create a little triangle. But once I make the triangle, I don't know what to do. More like the first move type of start, not setups or planning. Oh, right. Of course. Another one I like is where you move the pawn between the queen and the bishop, and you have the queen go into position like in a short diagonal, and then you have the bishop out there to kind of cover a point where if the queen takes a certain pawn, they could trap the king, and the king It's like an automatic checkmate, if I remember right. You don't like repetitive games? What are we supposed to do here? What did we do? What did we do? I have no clue what to do. Oh, we grabbed penguins! I was just standing there like, what do I do? Okay. I'll be body blocker. You stay away from my bestie. Alright, where are they going? No! I got it. No. Hold on. I'll look at the chat in a second. This is very important. Penguin! Okay, where do I go? Where do I go? What do I do with this? I don't know what to do with this. Is it seconds? Is that what it is? How many seconds I hold this penguin? Maybe it is. I have no clue. Maybe it is seconds. Oh, we qualified. It was only 2 out of 3. Okay. I do like whenever I'm in the mood for chess. Only thing I tend to do is if I outnumber you in the end, I end up drawing the game or accidental wins because I'd rather turn all my pawns to queens instead of taking the win. I normally try to get my pawns into queens because I have a hard time getting checkmate without a queen. It's so difficult to do it. And I tend to lose my queen like a quarter into the game. Oh gosh. Loose balls! Gotta grab my balls. No! Not my Dragon Ball. Oh no. No, I cannot. Okay. What? No! No, not here! No. No. What? What in the heck? Oh my god. We glitched. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, run! Run, bestie, run! No. They managed to score more than we did, which is fine. Like a 2 against 4. Or 4 against 2. That's really good points. Oh, wow. That was intense. But yeah, it's so hard to be able to do a checkmate without a queen. Um, I mean, there's ways of doing it, but it's hard. Because once you get through the starting positions, you just got to adapt to, everything that throws at you. Let's see. Do I want to do one more? I don't think I could win in a squad. Let's go ahead and do one more game of the main show without any squad trios. We'll throw in Beastie Guys. We'll let the computer decide. I think we could do one more game. And then we'll call it done. And I promise I'll find a really good streamer to send you guys over. Because we got enough just chilling and vibing and having a good time. And I think it would be awesome to go ahead and send a raid at the end. I hope you guys don't mind. The kind of streamers I like to watch tend to do a lot of Dead by Daylight. So I'm going to try to see anyone who's going to do something like this. Unless there's some games that you would suggest you want to see that I could rate someone for. Or a particular streamer you want me to raid you all to. More than happy to. But I'll find someone. I'll find a cool streamer for y'all after I go through this. Oh, made it. Ah, nope. Ah! Man, that did not happen the way I wanted it to. There we go. What's it gonna be for the Fall Guys? This is my favorite. This is one of my favorites. I love this one. It's stupid simple, but I love it. I mean, each little door is a little monster that you're jumping into its mouth, and it's really funny. That's why for the longest time I thought Fall Guys is some weird twisted pastel horror game, you know? Whoop, that didn't work. Oh my goodness. I don't think I'm gonna make it through. He's in nowhere. This Fall Guy's in nowhere. Nope. Never mind. I have no hope for us. None whatsoever. Oh! made it! Woo! We made it. Now this is like a close favorite of mine. The Freezy Peak. It's kind of up there in my like nostalgic obstacle courses. The winter season by far was the favorite season of mine from Fall Guys. I really loved it. Then again, I love winter. Ah! Ah! No! Okay. I survived! No! Okay, 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 okay. Oh, no! I should have waited. I should have waited. Ah! Okay, okay, okay. No! No! I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Every night and every day. Set my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. Go out through the open door. I believe I can fly. Alright. That's enough. That's enough of that. That's enough of the, you know, Mad Hound Coon, you know, singing off. Not too bad. You need to check your hearing. Alrighty. We are done. We are gonna find someone to raid with. A raid 2, I should say. Let's get some calming music here. I am going to find someone. You. Oh, no, 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 you're fine. You're fine. I'm just not used to compliments. Let me see. I'm not a skilled singer. In fact, I was never taught how to sing. Just chatting. I think we should raid Fairrife. She does Day by Daylight, but she's so funny when she's talking to her chat. Oh, I'm hard. No, no. That's fine. It's accurate. It's okay. So, let's do a raid on Feral Wife. Let's see if I get her name right. She's a lovely, lovely streamer. She's a gas. And I hope you are mature, but if you're not, please, please, you know, be kind, be sweet. I love you. I'll see you Saturday. And yeah, she's also part of the LGBTQ. She's awesome. And I was having so much fun in her channel the other day. And I think you will enjoy her too. So I'm going to send you all off. I'll be back here Saturday starting around around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What came the game? I don't know. But I promise to be here. And I'm glad that all of you are here enjoying all the terrible, terrible dad jokes and all that stuff. But yes, I'm gonna send you over to her. Be nice, be kind, be good. Okay, bye-bye.
Here. We're fine. But yeah, just feel free to let us know how that's going. Arjus, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream today. It is good to see you again. I hope you had a great weekend. Thank you very much. Hey, baby! Welcome back for 5 months. Happy to have been here for 5 months. Sad to have tuned into the Footscan convo. You know, that's actually fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, that's, I get how that would maybe not be your favorite thing. Did some dad jokes and some Fall Guys? Oh, hell yeah. That sounds